Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Los Alamitos. Here is a check of the program changes for an 8-race card of horse racing, commencing at 6 p.m. on a fast track, complemented by 15 Wiener races as we present the annual Wiener Nationals, the 29th annual Wiener Schnitzel Wiener Nationals, with the event again benefiting the Seal Beach Animal Care Centre. The first of those races will come at 6:10, following the first horse race. We'd like to extend birthday wishes to Marco, the Racing Office Operations Manager. Many happy returns, Marco. Now the program changes. The first
Ya te lo digo.
opens the $1 early double, the $1
Oye, chulo,
early pick
cuarentón,
4,
¿eh?
and the $1 place pick all. And we're scratching number 7, Details Matter. Number 7 is out of the first. The second race, no program changes. Race 3, first leg of the $2 pick 6 with a $34,000 carryover. Scratch number 4, Despite, along with 7, Turkey Bird, and 10, Miss Chardonnay. Scratch 4, 7, and 10 from race 3. Race 4 opens the $1 mid-card double. No changes. The fifth, first leg of the $1 late pick 4. £3 overweights for numbers 2, 5, and 8. Numbers 2, 5, and 8 each plus 3. No program changes in race 6. The 7th opens the $1 late double. Scratch number 4, Celtic Cowboy. Number 4 is scratched from the 7th. Race 8 is clear. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a gate drill to show you for race 4. Number 4, Blue Eyes Cowboy, on June 6 worked from the outside post. He was strong out of the gate, then angled inwards as he picked up speed. His rider kept him under a big hold the entire way, and Blue Eyes Cowboy had no trouble matching strides with the unraced Cowboy Crush BB, as they both went in 12.6 seconds. This Oklahoma bred is making his first local start after facing $30,000 maiden claimers at Remington Park in his April career debut. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one gate drill to show you for race 8. It's a solo effort by number 2, Powerful Wise Lady, going 350 yards on June 10. She broke outwards while scrambling away from the gate, but from there it was a picture-perfect drill. She picked up speed in a hurry and was under no rush from her rider the rest of the way. Powerful Wise Lady's exceptional time of 17.9 seconds was only 2/10 away from Governor's Cup Derby Trail winner Brother Ray. He clocked 17.7 earlier the same morning. A Grade 1 Derby finalist last year, Powerful Wise Lady will be making her first start of 2026. Racing!
They're racing! Look at them go!
Racing! The field is parading for the first race of the evening. Number 1, Mischief's King, owned and trained by Angela Aquino, has Jose Alcala in the irons. Number 2, Driver's Ed, is owned by Elsie Mesa, trained by Jesus Ramos, ridden by Francisco Monroy. Number 3, Last Baby, owned by George Schmidt, trained by Monty Meyer. Ricardo Ramirez is up. Number 4, Wrestler, is owned and trained by Jesus Aranga, Edgar Payeras on board. 5, Crypto Craze, owned by Sam Bunch and Campbell Bunch, trained by Santos Perez. Pedro Flores is in the irons. 6, Voucher, is owned by Margarito Farias, trained by Jorge Farias. Henry Lopez is astride. Number 7, Details Matter, has been scratched. Number 8, Lord Dunmore, is owned by David Hinkins, trained by Adan Farias, ridden by Alfredo Bautista. 4.5 furlongs is the distance of this thoroughbred claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Opening the $1 early double, the $1 early pick 4, and the $1 place pick all.
Thank you, Michael Rona, and we look forward to hearing your calls tonight here at Los Alamitos, not only for the thoroughbred and quarters races, but for the Wiener Dog races. That's right, Ulysses, Dave Weaver, Ulysses Gomez. It is the 29th annual Wiener Schnitzel Wiener Nationals, and it's the busiest night here that we get at Los Al. Pleasure to be a part of it with you.
Sure is. It's going to be a fun night. We got 8 horse races and about 14 weenie dog races, culminating with the Wiener National. You got to qualify to get into the final for these Wiener dogs, and that'll be after tonight's 6th race. But we have 4 minutes to the opener. It's going to be thoroughbreds going 4.5 furlongs, and like Michael Runner said, the early pick 4 and the place pick all, along with that early double, begin now.
And we would like to welcome everybody watching on the YouTube channel. Los Alamitos Quarter Horse YouTube channel now available, so you can catch us right here every Saturday and Sunday night for our quarter horse racing. And a special bonus tonight, a pick 6 carryover of just shy of $35,000. That'll start in race number 3. But let's get to the track and talk about this opening race. It is the start of the early pick 4. 3 races around the hook, and then the last 5 races, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, will be down the straightaway.
Quarter horses are going to be the last 5, but we start this opening race 4.5 furlongs for $5,000 claimers. Going to be a field of 7 with the scratch of the 7. Details Matter to be out. I like your current 8-5 favorite, Wrestler, coming into this with 3 consecutive second-place finishes.
I like the 8. I thought the 8, Lord Dunmore, at 5-1 right now, has the speed to clear from that outside spot. Look at that last race, 51-1. That's a really nice time for 4.5 furlongs. I think if it can repeat that speed out of the gate that he showed and can clear this field, it could be long gone once again.
And that was off of about a 60-day layoff, so that was nice. 21-2. The opening quarter gets the benefit of the outside draw. I just think Wrestler cutting back also ahead off of a 21-2 opening quarter. 2 back, tried the day meet against Tougher, finished second, did make the lead at the top of the lane, but was defeated. I think Wrestler could get a good trip and is going to get the benefit of the leading rider, Edgar Payeras.
And he doesn't need the lead. He's good if he can be on the lead, but if he's not, he's a horse that can rally as well. So certainly has some options. Definitely a deserving favorite. I thought the 3, Last Baby, was interesting in here for trainer Monty Meyer. You know, if you look in the night lines, there is an Equibase rating next to the horse's name, and the 3 last baby has a way higher number than everybody else. So if that rating means anything, the 3 comes out of the better races, and the class drop might be able to get him to stick around a little bit longer. He's always been showing speed, but just not quite been able to hang around. He hasn't raced a whole lot since the Northern California racing concluded. You know, he had a lot of Pleasanton races, only has a couple of races since then, the end of December of 2024. So he's coming off a long layoff, but I think he fits against this bunch.
Hasn't been seen in about 16 months. Hasn't
Yeah.
been seen since February of 2025. But I love that this horse comes in at this level, that they're aggressive at the $5,000 level. The last time this horse ran this low was at Ferndale in August of 2024. So they are aggressively spotting Last Baby. I think the key to the race is going to be the 5 Crypto Craze. I think that's the one horse that has enough speed out of the gate to contend with Lord Dunmore. Because if they allow Lord Dunmore to set a slow pace, they can be following the whole way around there.
Look at every single time that Crypto Craze races, it's Edgar Payeras. I mean, this guy usually will just kind of jump around on some different horses, but he has been very loyal to Crypto Craze. The fact that he's not on him today has to make you like the 4 Wrestler because he's jumping off.
And as a former rider, I got to follow the rider. If Edgar Payeras
Yeah.
jumps off a horse that he's been on the last 10 outs to ride a horse that he hasn't been on in the last 10 races, I'm going to follow, as is the betting public. Now, even money on the board on this 4-horse Wrestler.
Yeah, it was about 9 to 5, about 15 minutes to post time, was 8 to 5 when we had our post parade a few minutes ago, and now down to even money. We haven't talked much about the 1 horse, Mischief's King, from this inside post. Is he going to be able to stay close enough to this field, or is he going to maybe get a tough trip from down there?
Jose Alcala is going to have to navigate a trip because this horse is going to come from off the pace. You're drawn to the inside. Horses are going to come over, kick dirt in front of you. You're going to have to navigate a trip, get through the traffic in this field of 7. Look for Mischief's King to run at him late. I just don't think he's going to be able to catch him because these aren't horses that are coming back to the field. These horses are gritty. These horses are game, and they're going to go on and finish.
I mean, he's been in the exacta more than half the times that he's ever raced. He's 17 times first or second from 33 lifetime starts. So he knows what he's doing. That 5-year-old gelding likes to run. I can't envision him making a lead in this race.
No, I don't think so. He's going to have to navigate the trip to come from off the pace. You see that race 2 back, they go 21-2 the opening quarter, which is similar to what you're going to see today. And Mischief's King was about 4 lengths off of him. I think you're going to get a similar trip today, except you're drawn to the inside. So Jose Alcala is going to really have to find his way around that turn to make sure he doesn't get stopped behind traffic.
The 6 Voucher, 2, 3, 4 starts back, was fast enough to make the lead. He just didn't really have any luck last time out when he was bumped away from the gate and never really did recuperate from that mishap. But if you break sharply, maybe he's another horse that can put some pressure here on our favorite.
That's another one that could have a say. In that last effort, once you were bumped in that summer stakes, it was going to be tough to make up any ground. I mean, they stopped the clock in 52-1 for the 1,000-yard distance. Going to be tough to make up ground. I think Voucher has an outside look. Keep an eye on him out of the gate. This horse has to be forwardly placed early. So I look for Henry Lopez, who does ride quarter horses as well, to be aggressive with Voucher out of the gate.
I mean, I would say 100% he is more known for his quarter horse riding than his thoroughbred riding these days, yeah?
He sure is. He gets on plenty quarter horses. He has one of the fastest ones on the grounds in Doodle Cartel, who we saw last week is going to come in the Governor's Cup Derby in a couple of weeks. So he's going to have Voucher forwardly placed, but he's going to have some horses to contend with. Because with the scratch of the 7, details matter. That leaves Crypto Craze, Voucher, and Lord Dunmore drawn next to each other. And those are the 3 horses that look to be the speed of the race.
And let's remind our fans on site here at Los Alamitos that even though you're not able to wager on the Wiener dogs, and that's all for fun, you can wager on these horse races. So let's get that pick 4 pool up above $100,000 so we can hear my trumpets. We're only 22,000 away from that. We should be hitting that any moment now as the horses make their way to the gate here for race number 1. Again, the scratch of the 7, details matter in this race. Going forward in the remaining legs of the pick 4, race number 2 is clear. Race number 3, the 4, 7, and 10 have all been scratched. That was going to be a 10-horse field. Even with those 3 scratches of the 4, 7, and 10, we still have a nice 7-horse field there. and race 4 is clear. So a couple of races have scratches, the other two don't.
And that is key, that third race. That's the beginning of that pick 6 carryover. Just under $35,000 going to be carrying into this card. That field of 10 is now going to be a field of 7. And I think despite and Turkey Bird, 2 of the scratches, I think those are 2 horses that would have attracted money.
All right, let's go to the voice of the Wiener Schnitzel Wiener Nationals, and of course the voice of Los Alamitos, Michael Rona.
Many thanks, Dave. Good evening to you and Ulysses. The field loading for the opener. And Wrestler, the 4-5 favourite, and Mischief's King, the rail runner, are the first couple to line up, joined by Driver's Ed and Crypto Craze. Here comes Last Baby. Driver's Ed and Last Baby, numbers 2 and 3, coming off extended layoffs, 10 months and 17 months respectively. Voucher, the lone 3-year-old's about to come along. And that will leave Lord Dunmore to complete the line. Lord Dunmore, a nose winner at 9-1 last time out. Still 4-5 for Wrestler, a very solid favourite in the opener. Racing. One of the first to show is Driver's Ed, with Wrestler and Lord Dunmore showing great pace. And up there too is Last Baby. Onto the main track, and Lord Dunmore matches strides with Wrestler. They move clear of Last Baby. Driver's Ed is 4th, followed by Crypto Craze, Mischief's King, and Voucher 2 lengths last. 8 lengths covering them. It's Wrestler on the inside, a neck in front of Lord Dunmore. They scamper into the turn, 2.5 lengths ahead of Last Baby. Mischief's King coming off the rail, splitting horses. Crypto Craze fanned 3 wide in the run to the top of the stretch, where Wrestler kicks clear of a lugging Lord Dunmore, and Wrestler heads for home on a 3-length lead, with Mischief's King getting his pink blinkers into second, but Wrestler is well clear, and it's Wrestler who ended up even money, winning convincingly in the first over Mischief's King and Crypto Craze, with a photo for 4th to split Voucher and Last Baby. In the time of 51.80, Wrestler runs out a convincing winner in the first. Number 4 is the unofficial winner, defeating 1 Mischief's King and 5 Crypto Craze. It's a photo for 4th. Fourth is 6, Voucher. Number 6 has finished 4th. Wrestler returning to the winner's circle. He is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Golden Sense from the unbridled song mare Bristles. Wrestler was bred in Kentucky by Dreamwalkin' Farms. He's owned and trained by Jesus Oranga and was ridden to victory by Edgar Pierres. The result is official. Placings officially 4156. Post time for the second, 6:39. There is $1 pick 3 wagering. No program changes to race 2. Prior to the second race in half an hour, we will have our first canine action. Indeed, a sequence of 3 Dachshund races coming up in quick succession. Ladies and gentlemen, they are on the track parading for the first. Number 1 is Ali, owned by Ashley York of Wiener Park. Number 2, Duncan, owned by Brian Gately of Long Beach. Number 3, Clyde, is owned by Chelsea Lunny of Riverside. Number 4, Stanley, is owned by Gary Gustafsson of Covina. Do we have a number 5? Sugo? Not sure. There's number 6, Goose, owned by Sydney Nash of West Hollywood. Number 7 is Willie, owned by Terry Gard of Norco. 8 is Vienna, owned by Dahlia Ordaz of Eastvale. I haven't received any word of scratches, but I'm not sure that we saw a number 5. But anyway, this is going to be the first qualifying race whereby the winner gets into the field for trial number 4. So there's going to be a 2-step process for the winner of this to get to the final. And they're about to be boxed. They're going to be underway momentarily. The first qualifier on Wiener Nationals night. I can hear the squeaky toys from the finish line as the Wieners are about to be sent on their journey racing, and it's Clyde Vienna down the outside. Vienna has romped home. Goose and Ali, I think, ended up in a photo for second. Congratulations to Dahlia Ordaz of Eastvale, who owns Vienna. Vienna was the Diaper Dash champion 3 years ago. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the Superstars race. The Superstars showcase involves only 4 elite performers from past Wiener Nationals. And the winner of this qualifier will move on to trial number 5. Number 1 is Burr, owned by Ariana Gonzalez of Cyprus. Number 2, Beanie Von Weenie, owned by Nicole Leonard of Fullerton. Number 3, Cannonball Charlie, owned by Victoria Cortez of Fullerton. Number 4, Paisley, owned by Danielle Ramos of Merino Valley. This elite quartet of Wieners have all been here and done that. Ready for the Superstars Showcase. Racing, and Paisley has the lead from Cannonball Charlie. Paisley's going great guns. Burr and Beanie Von Weenie tripped each other up, and Paisley has raced away to win it easily. Paisley, the champion of 2022. Will progress to trial number 5. Congratulations to owner Danielle Ramos of Merino Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, the next race is called Tiny Paws. And here they are, number 1 Milo, owned by Jasmine Alacon. Number 2 Dr. Pepper, owned by Michelle Watts of Long Beach. 3 Cinnamon, owned by J&C Ayat of Cyprus, Jeff and Charlotte. Number 4 Donut, owned by Matt and Debbie Michaud of Orange. 5 is Toby, owned by Cindy Pena of Boyle Heights. And number 6 is Winnie, owned by Victoria Duran. This and the following race, the Diaper Dash, are standalone races for the young'uns. So there's no qualification path forward for the winner of this race, the Tiny Paws. This is an introduction to the wonderful world of Wiener racing for this field of 6. So they're moving in. They're being boxed. Racing! It's Milo and Cinnamon getting the best of the start. Cinnamon has the lead from Milo, clear of Dr. Pepper. Cinnamon with the lead. Cinnamon has led most of the way to beat Milo, and they were followed home by Dr. Pepper. Cinnamon out like a flash. Milo ran a grand race on the inside, but Cinnamon always had Milo's measure. I thought Cinnamon was really going to leave his mark in more ways than one. Congratulations to owners Jeff and Charlotte Ayot of Cyprus. Now the field is parading for race 2. Number 1, Crucible, is owned by David Hinkins, trained by Adan Farias and ridden by Francisco Monroy. Number 2, Infinite Spirit, races for Ed Allred. Jimmy Glenn Jr. is the trainer. Cesar Ortega has the mount. 3, Our Danny Boy, owned by Perry Dice Ranch, Michael Bird, Vicky Davis, and Alex Ortega. George Lopez trains, Ricardo Ramirez rides. 4, Lucky and Gone, is owned and trained by Robert Lucas. The rider is Cristobal Herrera. Number 5, Winning Lover, owned by Stuart Sugimoto, trained by Van Belvoir and ridden by Edgar Payeras. Number 6, Synopsis, is raced by Rosamund Barclay, conditioned by Gloria Haley, piloted by Alfredo Bautista. 1,000 yards for this allowance for 3-year-olds and up. There is $1 pick 3 wagering. Post time is 9 minutes away. And Ulysses, I noticed you over behind the boxes prior to one of those weenie races, getting a very close-up look at the activity where these races begin. Keen for your impressions.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the best seat in the house, you might take full advantage of it. Did you see all 3 of those?
I did get to see 2 of the 3 gate side. It was fun to watch them dogs go in the gate, get ready to break and leave their running. And I tell you what, those diaper dashes, those little puppies, sure were moving.
And there was a defending champion from, 3 years ago of the diaper dash. And there also is a defending champion this year is back. I don't know exactly how much later on in the night, but we're going to see Weenie trying to defend her championship.
Trying to go back-to-back, but she does have to qualify because there are qualifiers to get into that finale.
And we've seen so many years that there have been back-to-back champions because some of these dogs just have the mental capacity to know how to get from point A to point B, and some of them don't. And they go backwards, they turn in circles.
Some of them just want to play. Others have that ability to get to the other end. They do what they are expected of, and they run over to that, whatever it is that cues them up, the ball, the toy, whatever it is, and they'll get over there and win their trial and hopefully take down the finale because I do believe there's a prize money in the end.
$1,000 and that treasured Wiener Schnitzel house, the dog house that you get to keep forever as well. Let's get you out to the track here for race number 2. Nice front end win in our opener at a very short price as well, but Rassler took care of business. Now we'll turn here to race number 2. Wide open field. Look at this bunch. We have 5 different horses between 5-2 and 7-2. Wow.
And the only horse being overlooked on the outside, Synopsis, 16-1. But like you said, wide open bunch. Your current 5-2 favorite is a horse that I like, in Infinite Spirit. Has 3 starts at this 1,000-yard distance, a victory when breaking the maiden last October, and then 2 second-place finishes this year in January and March, coming into this off of a slight layoff. But the gate speed is there. January 5th, a half-mile gate drill, 45 flat. If you're able to do that, and that's going to translate to the afternoon, I think these horses are going to be in trouble. They're going to be chasing Infinite Spirit.
Well, that's usually where he likes to be. He is tough to catch when he's out there on lead, although last time out, he did blow a length and a half lead as the even money favorite. He's not really getting bet all that heavily. He's 5-2. He is the favorite, but just barely. I thought the one Crucible is going to be rolling late. I guess the question is there anybody that's going to put a little bit of pace pressure on the 2 Infinite Spirit, or is he going to have things his way?
And I think that's going to come up to the horse just outside of Infinite Spirit, and our Danny Boy for George Lopez. Was able to get the victory, breaking the maiden last out. First try at 1,000 yards. This horse should be sharper now, second time here and second time at the distance. So I think it's our Danny Boy's objective to put pressure on Infinite Spirit and maybe be able to put him away down the backside.
And the 4, Lucky and Gone, he was right up close into a 21-4 opening quarter in his last start. So I don't think he's that slow. You see a 21-3 split at Turf Paradise when he was only a length and a half off. So he's got sub 22 speed. He might be able to stay within striking distance of the 2 Infinite Spirit. The 5, Winning Lovers, had a lot of experience, most of anybody in the field with the 10 career starts, and has been racing during the daytime hours here at Los Al. But his only win did come at 1,000 yards, but that was almost 2 years ago to the date, July 13, 2024, he broke his maiden from well off the pace.
And I think now to be able to put back-to-back starts together, like you spoke of, that victory came July 13th of 2024, had one out in 2025, that was in September, so was out 15 months, and then came back in June and had an effort here. Now you see him putting races together, string 2 races along. I think that's key for winning Lover.
Heading to the gate in about 4 minutes. Looks like they're already there, but clearly they can't be because there's just way too much time here until post time. A little bit more than normal in between races to accommodate the Wiener Nationals, which will conclude right around race number 6. So once we get past our 6th race here at Los Al and we have our Wiener National Championship final, then I think the late double will zip through a little bit quicker.
Yes, as we are making extra time for these Weenie Dog in their Wiener Nationals. We're going to run this second race, and then we're going to have 3 more to go. 3 more trials to be run right after this second race. So we do have extended post-parades and extended time between races for the Wiener Nationals. As you see the 4 there on the screen, Lucky and Gone, Cristobal Herrera looks awfully calm on this horse with his feet out of the irons.
Now, what is that telling the horse?
He's trying to get him to relax. You see the 5 as well, Edgar Payeras with his feet out of the irons. As a rider, I didn't favor this. I always kept my feet in those pegs. I always wanted my horse with a little bit of bounce. The further you go, the more you want him to relax to be able to settle and make a run. But when you're going so short, you got to be aggressive. You want these horses to have some bounce. They're sprinters. You want to make sure that they leave the blocks running. So I was always the type to make sure that my horse is ready to roll right out of the gate.
I would have my feet out of the irons the whole time because my knees would hurt from being bent so much. Is there ever a physical fatigue where you might just take him out because it's nothing to do with the horse, but you just want to give your legs a little bit of a chance to relax, or no?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a chance to relax, but these guys are keeping them out for long periods of time, for an extended period of time. You see them on the screen there. Both the 4 and the 5 riders, Cristobal Herrera and Edgar Payeras, have their feet out of the irons the whole time. They're trying to get these horses to relax a little bit before they go to the gate. I was the opposite. I would want my horse riled up and be ready to roll right out of there. And there's still 3 minutes to post. Not to say that they won't give this horse a bit of a cue, whatever their cue is, to yell, to scream, to chirp, whatever it is. But you want to teach this horse to run from you to the wire.
And Payeras has been on the 5 many times. Herrera has been on the 4 the last 2 times. So maybe they just kind of get a relationship with this horse now. They kind of know what to expect and know what they want to kind of give them the cue to do. I guess if you had never ridden a horse before, maybe it's a little bit different because you're still learning that horse. Now, Payeras is on the 5. He rode the 1 to a 2nd place finish last time out. He rode the 3 to a win last time out. This is another one of those examples where, you know, I guess you kind of have to follow what the riders are doing. And when we used that principle in race number 1, it paid off because he got off some other horses and rode the winner.
And listen, I hope he was on this horse to work him in the morning because this horse does have the layoff lines. Has 2 races in the last 2 years. July 13th, 2024, gets a victory, then goes to the bench till September of 2025, goes to the bench again till June of 2026. So I hope Payeras has been on this horse in the morning and he's gotten to get reacquainted with them. I'm sure he has to be able to make this type of decision because he's had some success with 2 others in the field, and he opts for winning Lover.
I mean, it was 2 years ago that he rode this horse. I'm sure when you're looking in the program and doing your handicapping, it would pop back up in your memory as to, you know, how you won that race, but it's right there on paper anyways. He won from off the pace. Does that mean that he's going to just automatically go, you know what, he won that from off the pace that day, I'm going to take him way back and try to win from off the pace today, or do you ride every race differently?
No, you got to go. I think here, one of the toughest things about riding here in particular, Los Alamitos, is you got to send out of the gate to get position, you get a little breather, and then you got to go again. So you don't have the luxury of thinking, I'm just going to wait and make one run at him, because it doesn't happen. It's not that long enough of a race. They're only going 1,000 yards, which is just above 4.5 furlongs. So you don't have the luxury of being able to wait on other horses to set a pace for you. You got to get into the race right out of the gate.
Let's go up to Michael Rona for the second, and then after this, we'll be having the Diaper Dash amongst a couple of other trials for the Wiener Nationals.
Winning Lover has moved in. This is his first 1,000-yard race since breaking his maiden 2 years ago. He's reunited with Edgar Payeras for this assignment, and he gets blinkers for the first time. Our Danny Boy and Synopsis, the last couple to load. Ready to go, 8-5, Winning Lover, number 5. Oh, now one's climbed high in the gate. I think it was Lucky and Gone in stall 4. But could have been our Danny Boy. No, it's Lucky and Gone, I think. Always hard to tell from this angle at the 1,000-yard start, but the rider is off Lucky and Gone. Cristobal Herrera. And I think they've backed that horse out. In fact, the stewards are confirming that Lucky and Gone is a late scratch. Please note, Lucky and Gone, number 4, is a late scratch. It did appear as though he might have got his front legs up above the front partition of the gate very briefly. So the stewards are scratching number 4, Lucky and Gone. The field is reloading and doing so quickly. Coming up into line again. Lucky and Gone, number 4, a late scratch. Now, number 2, Infinite Spirit, is 6-5. Looks like being the post-time favourite. 6-5, number 2, Infinite Spirit. Number 5, Winning Lover, is 9-5. Second choice. Infinite Spirit, unseen for 4 months. Very fast horse. They're racing. Winning Lover is away best. Winning Lover with the early lead from Synopsis, and Infinite Spirits beginning to pick up quickly. Kicks along the inside to make a line of 3 leaders. Our Danny Boy hot on their heels, and Crucible's 5th and last. 4 lengths covering the field. Infinite Spirit goes through to lead, as most expected would be the case. And at the 5/16, Infinite Spirit establishing a 2-length advantage over Winning Lover. 3 lengths Our Danny Boy, Synopsis and Crucible. Around the turn, Infinite Spirit goes ahead by 3 lengths, racing several paths off the rail. Winning Lover is second. 5 lengths Our Danny Boy as the field continues to string out. Infinite Spirit is still lugging at the top of the stretch. Winning Lover's going to come through along the inside and threaten him strongly at the 16th pole. And Winning Lover powers past Infinite Spirit, and Winning Lover's going to beat Infinite Spirit by a length. 6 clear of Our Danny Boy, and then Crucible and Synopsis. Unofficial result. First is 5, Winning Lover. Second, 2, Infinite Spirit. Third, 3, Our Danny Boy. Fourth, number 1, Crucible. The race time 53.11 seconds. 53.11. Here comes Winning Lover back to the winner's circle. Making his second start as a 6-year-old. He is a bay gelding by Slews Tis Now from the Tapizar Dam. Love Winning, bred in California and raced by Stuart Sugimoto. Reunited with Edgar Pieris, who was aboard when Winning Lover broke his maiden the last time he contested a 1,000-yard race on the Losal nighttime layout. That was in July of 2024. Van Belvoir is the winning trainer, adding blinkers to Winning Lover's equipment. The result is official. Placings officially 5, 2, 3, 1. Edgar Pieris riding the early double. The $1 Pieris double, $6.90. There is a consolation double with the late scratch in race 2 of number 4, Lucky and Gone, of $2.10. Post time for race 3, 7:19. 7:19 for the first leg of the $2 pick 6. There is a $34,000 carryover. Scratch number 4, Despite, along with 7 Turkey Bird and 10 Miss Chardonnay. Scratch 4, 7 and 10 from race 3. Looking deeper into the pick 6, there is one other scratch. It is an important one in race 7 of the morning line favourite, number 4, Celtic Cowboy. Scratch number 4 from race 7. No jockey changes tonight. 31 minutes to the start of the pick 6, and during this interlude there'll be 3 more Doxy races, 3 more Wiener races coming up, beginning with the Diaper Dash, confirming the scratch here of number 1, Snoop. Snoop Dog is a scratch. Our thanks to our sponsor, Wiener Schnitzel Restaurants. The Wiener Schnitzel Wiener Nationals. Continuing this evening at Los Alamitos with the running of the Diaper Dash. Again, number 1, Snoop, has been scratched. So the post parade is led by number 2, Wubsy, and by Kaylee Filippi of Los Angeles. Number 3 is Tippy Longstepper, owned by Joseph Vidal of Newport Beach. Number 4, Chalupa, owned by Kevin Reyes of Anaheim. 5 is Cheech, owned by Raymond Valdez of Azusa. Number 6, Angus. Angus is owned by Elaine Metz of Lakewood. Number 7, Bingo. Might be the first time I've ever announced Bingo. Owned by Marla Yepes of San Fernando. Number 8 is Evelyn, owned by James Winnick of Oakdale. Number 9, Phoebe, owned by Kylie Morrison of Corona. And number 10 is Pepino, owned by Angelina Sigala from Whittier. This is a standalone race, the Diaper Dash, for young Dachshunds. And following this, we will commence the series of trials, whereby the winner of each trial will qualify to the final at the end of the program. The 2023 winner of this race, the Diaper Dash, Vienna, came out to win the first qualifier, the first race on the program. So this is definitely a race to be making notes for the future. You'll be wanting to study the video replays intently and latch on to potential stars of the future as they are boxed and ready and racing, and none of these Diaper Dash entrants have any clue whatsoever about the task at hand. They're all dancing about. Will anybody actually consider making a run for the money? Wubsy, Phoebe, Pepino, Wubsy. Dearie, dearie me. Everything I said right before the race about making notes and watching video replays for stars of the future, forget all about it. Just forget I said that. Congratulations to Wubsy's owner, Kaylee Filippi of Los Angeles. The action's coming thick and fast, ladies and gentlemen, as the field is already parading for trial number 1. This is the first official trial. Vinny number 1 is owned by Aileen Campos of Anaheim. Number 2, Leona, is owned by Chelsea and Garan Singh of Chatsworth. Number 3 is Benny, owned by Daniel Cordova. Number 4, Delilah. Do we have a number 4? Be nice if they held the dog facing the camera. Never mind. 5 is Ollie, owned by Hannah and Darren Gamble of Lake Elsinore. 6, Kaya, owned by Carly Larson of Long Beach. 7 is Roger, owned by Marissa Mata. 8, Minnie, owned by Rachel Olivas from Long Beach. 9 is Bodie, owned by Maxine Veronica. And 10 is Baby Bullet for Yolanda Mohagan. They're about to be boxed for the first official trial. From here on in, each winner advances to the final. So the stakes are getting higher. Racing. Leona, Vinny, Delilah, followed by Benny. It's Delilah with the lead. Delilah is stopping to a walk. Leona lunged, but I think Delilah just fell in to win it. Had a good think about it in the closing seconds, but I think Delilah has lasted to win after establishing a commanding lead mid-race. Leona number 2 was stretching home very strongly. As we see the shutter cam. 4-2-3. Margins approximately 3/4 of a length by a length. But Delilah got it done. Delilah is owned by Danielle Presson from Boise, Idaho. Congratulations. So they're on their way to the start for trial number 2. Number 1 is Paloma, owned by Jessica Zuniga of Compton. Number 2, Ariel, owned by Barbara Sevillano of Harupa Valley. Number 3, Treasure, is owned by Cindy Johnson and Jim Pickerel of Tehapi. Number 4, Walter, owned by David and Anna Agayan of Mission Viejo. 5, Petey, for Eric and Natasha Blaha, Huntington Beach. 6, Noddy, owned by Himal Choi of Irvine. 7, Bruno, owned by Cassie Med-Jones from Whittier. Number 8, Tessie, owned by Marissa Onopa from San Diego. 9 is Duchess, owned by Rachel Olivas of Carson. And we have a change for number 10. There is a replacement Dachshund in post position 10 here. It's Cheddar. Cheddar is lining up here, owned by Sandy Barrera. Is the new number 10. This is trial number 2. The winner goes straight into the final at the end of the program. They're under starters' orders. Get ready. Racing. Treasure and Bruno and Duchess down the outside, and Duchess is charging away. Drifting in slightly, but very strong through the finish line. Duchess wins trial number 2. Some of my paperwork says owner Rachel Olivas is from Carson, and somewhere else it says Long Beach. But wherever Duchess lives, Duchess has won trial number 2. Congratulations to Rachel Olivas. Ladies and gentlemen, the field is parading for race 3. Number 1, Girl Fire, is owned and trained by Felix Gonzalez and ridden by Pedro Flores. Number 2, Candy Run, owned by Errol Red, trained by Jimmy Glenn Jr. and ridden by Cesar Ortega. Three, Vashon, owned by Rosamond Barclay, trained by Gloria Haley. The rider is Cristobal Herrera. Scratch number 4, Despite. 5, Olm MG, owned by Altamira Racing Stable, trained by Peter Miller and ridden by Ricardo Ramirez. Miller also trains number 6, We Salute You, part owned by Altamira, together with CYBT, Mark Landsman and Michael Nentwig. Edgar Payeras is the rider. Scratch 7, Turkey Bird. 8, Kiathos, owned by Ronald Chaffee Jr., trained by Jose Hernandez Jr. Francisco Monroy occupies the saddle. 9, Isle of Angels, is owned by Newfield Farm and Thompson Racing, prepared by Steve Knapp, guided by Henry Lopez. Number 10, Miss Chardonnay, is scratched. This 1,000-yard maiden for fillies and mares 3 and up is the first leg of the $2 pick 6 with a $34,000 carryover. You have 7 minutes in which to invest.
It's our final thoroughbred race of the night until we get into our quarter horse action in race number 4. And it's also the start of the pick 6. They did not hit it last Sunday, Ulysses, so we're looking at a carryover of over $34,000. We got another 30 bet into it, so the total pool right now, $64,000. That's going to soar way over $100,000. How do you like the sequence?
Sure is, and I like the sequence. We do have 3 scratches here in this field of 10. Going to leave us with the field of 7. But I love the sequence. We have a 220-yard event coming on later on the card. And the closeout race, race number 8, is not easy to navigate. It's a field of 8 older horses, non-winners of 3 going the 350-yard distance. I think it's a good pick 6 sequence. If you're able to navigate it, you are going to get rewarded. But it starts here with maiden fillies going that 1,000-yard distance. And our favorites are post position 1 and 2, Girl Fire on the rail, and Candy Run, the 2, currently 6-5 and 2-1.
And they look to be the 2 fastest horses here in the early stages. When you look at the 2, Candy Run, and what she did in her career debut, that was during the daytime hours here at Los Al. She had the extreme outside post position, and she was right up there. She was wide early, but then she got into about the 2 path, rounding the bend, and I think it doesn't show that she was ever in the lead, but I think at one point in the stretch, she might have poked her nose in front, then she ducked to the inside, and she got a little bit tired late, but I think 1,000 yards is going to be right up her alley.
I agree with you. I think that was a good race for the debut. Like you said, she was drawn way outside. She took a bump out of the gate as well, which did not help. She was still able to contend for the lead, got out, maybe a nose in front, was contending and just tired out. That was going 3/4 a mile, 6 furlongs. Now you're cutting back to 1,000 yards, so you're getting about 3/16 of less distance for Candy Run to navigate, as well as being drawn closer to the inside. It's also beneficial that she's drawn just outside of Girl Fire, who seems to be the speed of the race.
Yeah, I think that the 2 is faster. I'm expecting the 2 to get in front of the 1, and if that's the case, maybe the 1 has to settle for a second again, like she's been in her only 2 starts. I think a lot of people are going to turn this into a 2-horse race, and those that are starting to pick 6. Is there a horse outside of those 2 that we need to consider?
I would take a look at Vashon, the 3. 3 starts, 3 third-place finishes, has been improving with every effort. Last time was able to actually make the lead. I think that is key. So you could see a horse like Vashon being drawn outside of him, contending that lead, and it's always an advantage to being drawn outside of the competition.
Well, let's go all the way outside, and that's the horse we're looking at now. That's the 9-horse, Isle of Angels, as Henry Lopez is getting a little bit of a warm-up out of her. She's only raced twice. Both of those races were at Santa Anita, so, you know, we don't know if she's just been severely overmatched there and she's going to wake up here tonight. I can see that happening.
It is some class relief, and I love the warm-up. I like that Henry Lopez is giving this 3-year-old filly an aggressive warm-up because you do have to show some speed. You're drawn to the outside. You don't want to be hung out too far wide or be too far behind the leader. So by giving this horse an aggressive warm-up, you're just letting her know that she's got to be quick out of the blocks.
It's a pretty rare situation to see Peter Miller racing horses here at night. He doesn't do it very often, but he has 2 horses in this race. The 5, Amanji, and the 6-horse, We Salute You, and they're drawn side by side.
Yeah, I like that he's brought these 2 fillies over here trying to find their spot, trying to find friends. He's given them opportunities against tougher. They haven't showed they can do it. So now you come to this level and try to find the competition that you're able to run with. Because you look at the running lines, these horses have been beat fairly easily with not much of an excuse. So I appreciate the fact that Peter Miller comes here and gives these horses an opportunity to find friends that they can outrun. And this is a field that seems to be within their reach.
Yeah, and he gets the top 2 riders too, and Ricky Ramirez and Edgar Payeras, and these horses are not getting bet whatsoever. So you got Peter Miller and 2 fantastic riders, but when you look at what they've done on paper, it's been nothing. I mean, 7th beaten 15 in a field of 8, didn't beat a horse, lost a rider, which is unfortunate in the second start, and didn't beat a horse in the first start. Talking about the 5, the 6 actually does have a pretty good race. That was against maiden special weights at Del Mar to begin her career. She only got beat less than 5 lengths. Her 2 subsequent starts after that have not been good.
No, but what I like is that Peter Miller knows where he's shipping these horses to, and you see the gate drills. July 4th, 48-2 for the half mile out of the gate for both of these runners. He knows where he's going. The speed is the name of the game, and he gives these horses a gate drill to sharpen them up. I like to see that, and I would not be surprised to see one of these 2 fillies get the victory here in this spot.
Yeah, I wonder if he could even run them both down there and side by side and get a Peter Miller exacta. But they're going to have to turn things around because the 1 and the 2 do look very speedy here. We're only talking about 1,000 yards, and I think that really helps the 2. The 1, Girl Fire, has had the lead and not been able to hold at this 1,000-yard distance. So what's going to be different for her today?
She has been improving. You see the clockings. The times have gotten quicker. She's been closer to the lead in that last out. And I just think that it's the experience, right? She made her debut as a 5-year-old back in April. So I just think with the experience, she's getting a little fitter. She's getting a little faster. Having a couple races under her belt, I think Girl Fire is ready to fire her best effort today.
Heading to the starting point here at the 1,000-yard distance. And let's see what we got as far as the Wiener dogs after this 3rd race. We are going to have the 3rd trial where one of those winners will qualify to later, and we'll also have the 4th trial, which will have the winner of the first qualifier join that trial, and we'll also have trial number 5. So we'll have 3 more Wiener Dog trials in between races 3 and 4. But don't forget about the Pick 6 carryover. We have a $34,000 carryover from last Sunday, and we're just about at $100,000 now, with more than 60,000 new money being bet tonight.
We're going to get into that 6 figures as the horses are walking back toward the starting gate. 3-2 on Girl Fire, 8-5 on Candy Run. I'm liking the 12-1 on Vashon. I think that's a horse that you have to include underneath at double-digit odds. I think Vashon can outrun those 12-1 odds.
We're at the middle part of the year. Is it still any sort of a disadvantage for the 3-year-olds to be facing older horses because the majority of the field are 3-year-olds. The one's a 5-year-old, the four's a 4-year-old, and everybody else is 3. Is that a disadvantage at all? Or
No, not at
maybe
this
in like
point in the year.
February or March it might be, but
Right. At this point in the year, all the races now around the country are for 3-year-olds and up. It's already July. It's past the midway point of the year. So I don't think it's a disadvantage, especially in these maiden races. When I used to ride, if I had a 3-year-old maiden and somebody threw out a 5-year-old maiden at me, I'll take it. If you're 5 years old and you're still a maiden, it means you're not that fast. So I don't think it's a disadvantage for any of these 3-year-olds.
yeah. Heading to the gate just about there for our third race, start of the pick 6. You can also start at pick 3, playing exacta, trifecta, or superfecta in this race as well. Thanks to those of you that are watching through the YouTube channel for Los Alamitos Quarter Horse Racing here at night. You can catch us every single night with the Los Al QH handle for our YouTube channel. Glad you can be joining us, and for those that might be piping us in on FanDuel TV as well, it's Dave Weaver and Ulysses Gomez getting set for the pick 6. Let's go to Michael Rona for the call.
Righto, Dave. Candy Run joining Girlfire and MG in the gate. Vashon is about to come forward. Kiathos will be the next. Followed by We Salute You. The Altamira Racing Stable, Peter Miller runners, our neighbours in the gate. Post positions 5 and 6. Isle of Angels to the outside. They're just about ready to go. Racing! Isle of Angels bounds out of the outside stall and is making a beeline for the rails, going to burn them off and lead from Girlfire on the inside of Candy Run, followed by Vashon, as Girlfire is now poking through underneath Isle of Angels. Isle of Angels didn't quite cross, and Girlfire boots along the inside to fully engage, and they're 2 lengths in front of Candy Run and Vashon, followed by MG inside We Salute You, and then comes Kiathos. They're covered by 10 lengths, and Isle of Angels about a neck in front of Girlfire with 3/16 to go. The grey comes back yet again. And here's Ortega making a 3-wide move aboard Candy Run, who sweeps forward with intent. And at the top of the lane, it's Candy Run going to the lead from Isle of Angels, Girlfire, We Salute You. Candy Run from Isle of Angels. Candy Run wins. Isle of Angels second. We Salute You third. Girlfire fourth. Number 2 first, Candy Run, beating 9 Isle of Angels and 6 We Salute You, with number 1 Girlfire fourth. The time is 54 seconds flat. 54 flat. The result is official. Placings officially 2961. Candy Run on her way back to the winner's circle beneath Cesar Ortega. Candy Run is a bay filly, 3 by Dancing Candy from the Clubhouse Ride mare, Bound to Run. Bred in California and raced by Ed Allred and trained by Jimmy Glenn Jr. Post time for race 4, 7:56. 7:56 for the first half of the $1 mid-card double. Race 4 is clear of changes. 29 minutes to the next horse race because we have another trio of Wiener races on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, the next Wiener race is always one of our favourites. It's the Long in the Tail race, featuring some Wieners who've become favourites at Los Alamitos over many, many years. And here they are parading. Number 1 is Nino, owned by Yul Leonova of Los Angeles. Number 2 is Roxy, owned by James Winnick of Oakdale. Nino is a 13-year-old. Roxy almost won the final 7 years ago. Roxy's 10. Kinsey, number 3, is owned by Lynn Moore of San Clemente. Number 4 is Cece, 15 years old, Cece, owned by Kylie Majeski of Seal Beach. Number 5, Stella, competing for the 4th time. Erica Halverson of Long Beach. Number 6, Sir Cooper, comes from Big Bear. Sir Cooper is owned by Fons Romo. Number 7 is Wilbur T. Baccarat, Wilbur for short, owned by Suzanne Yeager of Yorba Linda. Number 8 is Carmela Macchiato, Carmela for short, owned by Melissa Timko of Helendale. Number 9, Moose, owned by Kevin Tran of Phoenix, Arizona. And number 10 is Jazzy, owned by Danny Moore of Redondo Beach. Jazzy's 13 years of age. Carmela Macchiato, number 8, is a 14-year-old. A wealth of experience across this field in the long in the tail race. Trial number 3, the winner gets into the final. And they're about to be boxed. Number 4, Cece, hails from Seal Beach. A timely opportunity to remind you that all the proceeds from this event benefit the Seal Beach Animal Care Centre. So they're about to be placed into the gate. There's Ulysses Gomez having a closer look. Just about ready. The Greybeards racing. Wilbur T. Baccarat out wide. Jazzy. Sir Cooper's drifting to the outside rail, and I think it might have been Roxy, number 2. That dog to the outside, I'm not even sure if he crossed the finish line or was under the outside rail. That was Sir Cooper, number 6, lugging out very badly. And I think that it'll go to Roxy, but we'll stand by. Oh, hang on. Here's Professor G. Yes, number 2, Roxy. Orlando Gutierrez confirming victory to number 2, Roxy, by a very slender margin in the long in the tail race. Congratulations to owner James Winnick of Oakdale. Roxy is a 10-year-old from Northern California. He's a 2-time Placerville champ who almost won the final here in 2019. Roxy gets another run for the money come the big final later on the program. Here comes trial number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1 is Vienna, by way of the first qualifying race this evening. So this is Vienna's second contest of the night, owned by Dahlia Ordaz of Eastvale. Number 2 is Dash, owned by Brian Gately of Long Beach. 3, George, owned by C.J. Jacobs of Seal Beach. Number 4 is Chorizo, owned by DJ Smith of San Diego. 5, Forest, owned by Paula Boxey from San Antonio, Texas. 6, Lucas, owned by Natalia Barrera of Lakewood. Number 7, Hercules, is owned by Myra Jaswinde of Buena Park. Number 8, Tilly, owned by Alison Swain of Long Beach. Number 9 is Finley, owned by Rachel Schmidt of La Mirada. Ten is Bruno, owned by Stephanie Pineda of Santa Ana. This is trial number 4, featuring the winner of the first qualifying race this evening, Wiener, who'll come out of box 1. And they are moving into line. We had a winner earlier tonight from Boise, Idaho. And we've got a contestant here from San Antonio, Texas, Forest number 5, owned by Paula Boxey. That could lend itself to a limerick. There once was a lady named Boxey who decided to race her doxy. She came to Los Al. I don't have time to try and think of the rest of it. Racing! Vienna has the lead from Forest and Chorizo, and Vienna, back to back, came through the qualifying race, the first qualifier on the program, and on the quick turnaround has sprung out of gate 1. What's happening? Vienna's run off the track? Doesn't matter. Did the business when it counted. Very professional. Can Vienna three-peat in the big final at the end of this evening's program? Congratulations again to owner Dahlia Ordaz of Eastvale. And our thanks, as always, to Wiener Schnitzel, sponsor of the Wiener Nationals. So in the next trial, we have the winner of the second qualifier. And that is Paisley. Danielle Ramos of Moreno Valley. Number 2 is Ritz, owned by Cliff Harrison of Rossmore. Number 3 is Roscoe, owned by Delilah Garcia. 4, Jaya, owned by Erin Sibri of Phoenix, Arizona. Number 5, Parco, owned by Jessica Zuniga from Compton. Number 6, Penny, for Chris Erickson of Acton. Number 7 is Winnie, last year's champion, for Sean and Florence Gregory, Huntington Beach. Number 8, Stretch, is owned by Raylan Inez Barajas of Los Angeles. Number 9, Dodger, is owned by Vincent Rojas of Santa Ana. And number 10 is Chico, owned by Karina Gutierrez. This is trial number 5. Paisley qualified by winning the Superstars race. the second qualifier. Paisley will be trying to do what Wiener just did and win on the quick turnaround out of gate number 1. And again, we have Winnie, last year's champion, engaged here. Drawn 7. They're about to be loaded into the starting boxes. Trial number 5 about to be run and won at Los Alamitos. It's hard to tell what's making more noise. The dogs yapping at the starting boxes or the toys squeaking at the finish line. Moving into line. They're just about ready, racing. And it's Winnie, the champion, with Paisley and Jaya. Oh, maybe Paisley, not sure. 3-way thriller to trial number 5. And we'll wait for the judge's verdict. Well, Winnie, last year's champion, has run a grand race, but was veering very wide, might have thrown it away. And we might have the same scenario as in the previous. Yeah, it's number 1. Orlando confirming number 1 as first. So for the second trial in a row, it's the qualifier from earlier on the quick turnaround. Successful in an official trial to get into the final later tonight. In this case, it's Paisley. The legendary Paisley, who won the championship race 4 years ago. And Paisley has raced into the field for this year's final for owner Danielle Ramos of Moreno Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, the field is on the track and parading. They are parading for race 4. A 300-yard quarter horse maiden for 2-year-olds. Opening the $1 mid-card double and continuing the rolling pick 3s. Number 1 is Isaac Candyman for Woodhouse Singleton Racing. Sergio Morfin is the trainer. Gabriel Lara is the rider. Number 2 is Cyber's Curve, owned by Jose Mendoza Aguilar, trained by Diego Cervantes, ridden by Armando Viramontes. Number 3, Error Free, is owned by Jorge and Jose Gutierrez, trained by Valentin Zamudio, ridden by Ruben Lozano. Number 4, Blue Eyes Cowboy, is owned by Abelardo Flores Jr. and Carlos Lozano, trained by Eddie Willis and ridden by Justine Kleber. 5, Southern Speed, owned by Andreas Farm, trained by Jose Flores. Henry Lopez is up. Flores also trains number 6, Cowboy Down Perry, for Saul Acosta and Juan Moya. The rider is Irving Lara. This is a 300-yard quarter horse maiden for 2-year-olds, opening the $1 mid-card double while continuing the rolling pick 3s. Post time is 7 minutes away. And Ulysses and Dave, one thing I can tell you I'm grateful for this evening is it's very still. There's no breeze because I work with the windows open, and you wouldn't believe how many pieces of paper I've got here trying to keep track of everything that's going on. So I'm very grateful for the fact I don't need to employ half a dozen paperweights.
Time to get our quarter horse action underway. Dave Weaver, Ulysses Gomez, as we continue on with the Wiener Nationals tonight. We're having so much fun. We had a race where it was like, I think some of the dogs were even maybe 7 months old.
Had the
diaper dash. They all turned around and tried to go backwards.
They didn't know what they were doing. They're young, having fun on the track. They thought it was a play date at the dog park, and we still have plenty more dog action to come, as well as horses. This is going to close out our early pick 4. One leg of the pick 6 down. It was a favorite getting the victory in the 2 Candy Run. And now we have a favorite on the outside here. The first of 5 quarter horse events. These are 2-year-old maidens going the 300-yard distance. And 8-5 on Cowboy Down Perry, post position 6.
And actually, Candy Run was not the favorite by barely. The 1 Girl Fire did go off at 7-5. Candy Run went off at 3-2. So probably plays like a 2-horse race. So a lot of people moving on in the pick 6. As we go 300 yards here in race number 4, you mentioned Cowboy Down Perry at 8-5. I don't see it. I mean, this is a horse that has not been getting out of the gate very well. Maybe the outside post is going to help. I thought the 1, Isaac Candyman, would be the favorite in here, and that still could be the case as we get closer to the gate.
I'm in agreement. I like the 1, Isaac Candyman, as well as the 2, Cyber's Curve. I'm digging the 4-1 odds on Cyber's Curve. Armando Viramontes doing the riding for Diego Cervantes. Coming off of a 4th place finish in a stakes event. The Fred Skane, back-to-back stakes efforts for Cyber's Curve. Back in April at Turf Paradise in Arizona, was in the Desert Classic Futurity when splitting the field, finishing 5th. And then you come into the Fred Skane and finish 4th. I thought that was a tough spot. Blinkers go on for the 2nd time. And you're going to get in a field of maiden runners. I think you're going to get some class relief. 7-2, good odds on the 2, Cyber's Curve.
I went back and I watched the replays of both the 1, Isaac Candyman, and the 2, Cyber's Curve. And one of the things that I do like to make a note of, and one of the reasons I like to watch the replays, is because they always show what the final 8 time is. And the 1's race, final 8, 9.69. The 2's was 9.80. And he was losing ground in that race. And I thought the 1, Isaac Candyman, was finishing up decently enough to think that his come-home time is a lot better than the 2. So I like the 1 over the. I do like the 6. I'm just very surprised that this horse is such a short price. The other long shot that may have a chance if he finally decides to break is the 5-horse Southern Speed.
I agree with you. I think you draw a line through that last effort of Southern Speed and trials to the Ed Burke Memorial when it was completely wiped out at the start. But you see the 2 efforts prior, also a bit of trouble. I think Southern Speed can get out of the gate in better order than what we see and is drawn next to the stablemate in Cowboy Down Perry. I think that helps as well.
Outside post for the 6, definitely a benefit. And they gelded this horse prior to his last start. So I think that was an intention of getting to figure it out and behave in the gate and break well. And unfortunately, it didn't change anything from his prior races where he just wasn't able to jump out of there quickly. So I think the 1's going to get off to a good start here from down along the inside. Let's look at the pick 4s and see who the pick 4 favorite is. And it's the 2. So the 2's $96, the 1's $114, the 4's $166, and then the 6 is $226. So the 6 is not going to be your favorite. I don't think so. When the pick 4 is telling you that it's your 4th choice, that win money eventually is going to land in some other spots.
I agree with you. I think the win money is going to reflect what those pick 4 payouts come. And I'm going to be honest with you. Those pick 4 payouts are great because we had 2 betting favorites and 1 second choice. And you're going to get $100, the lowest payout, if you're able to connect here in race number 4. I think those are great payouts in this early pick 4. And 6 horses in this race, none of them above double-digit odds, as now the 3 error-free goes 10-1. But that is off of a 15-1 morning line. So error-free is also taking money in this event.
If you do have the all button and you happen to have everybody covered, the 3 by far is the best. It's $1,438. Is there any case that we can make for the 3?
I think so. I don't think we've seen the best of error-free. 3 efforts, 3 troubled efforts, has yet to get out of the gate, had to contend with the rail post last time out, which error-free just did not like at all. As you see the running lines there, hit the gate and broke slow. So we haven't seen the best of the 3 horse. Going to have to take a leap forward to beat this bunch, but sure can do it since we haven't seen what kind of talent this horse has.
And we saw the Zamudio barn heating up a little bit last Sunday with a couple of trial winners back-to-back for the futurity.
Including the fastest time with Golden Token. So yeah, that barn has started their 2026 season well and are looking to continue here in this spot.
Go to the gate, race number 4. Then let's see what we got on the Wiener National side after this 4th race. How many more trials are we going to have for our packed house here at Los Alamitos? We'll have trials 6, 7, and 8. So 3 more trials sandwiched in between races 4 and 5. You've already missed out on the pick 6. That started in race number 3. But after this race, we'll be starting the late pick 4. That will be starting in race number 5. Gary Brinson giving a look over here as the horses arrive at the starting point for this 4th race. And let's see if the odds are going to shift here. And they haven't yet. 6 is still favored.
6 is still favored, and favored by a good amount, a good $500 advantage in the favoritism to the 2. So looks like Cowboy Down Perry's going to hold as the favorite. I still expect Cyberskirt to take a little more money, maybe contend for favoritism, but at the moment, Cowboy Down Perry is holding strong as your post-time betting favorite.
Let's go up to Michael Rohner for the call of race number 4.
Isaac Candyman and Blue Eyes Cowboy joined in the gate by Cyber's Curve. Southern Speed moves in. Error Free and Cowboy Down Perry the last couple. 2-1 for number 6 Cowboy Down Perry. 5-2 for number 2 Cyber's Curve. 3-1 for number 1 Isaac Candyman. 7-2 number 4 Blue Eyes Cowboy. Set. Racing. Cowboy Down Perry and Blue Eyes Cowboy win the start together from Isaac Candyman and Cyber's Curve. It's Blue Eyes Cowboy, Cowboy Down Perry, Isaac Candyman, Cyber's Curve. Blue Eyes Cowboy, Isaac Candyman, photo finish. Looked like Blue Eyes Cowboy narrowly from Isaac Candyman. And third either Cowboy Down Perry or Cyber's Curve. Photo finish. Number 4 is first. Number 4, Blue Eyes Cowboy, defeating 1, Isaac Candyman. Third, 6, Cowboy Down Perry. Fourth was 2, Cyber's Curve. The time 15.64. 15.64 seconds with a closing split of 9.75. The result is official. Placings officially 4162. The $1 early pick 4 pays $166.10. $166 for the early pick 4. The late pick 4 opens with the upcoming 5th race at 8:33. The only scratch in the late pick 4 is in the 7th event, number 4, Celtic Cowboy. Number 4 out of race 7. No jockey changes across the balance of the program. Blue Eyes Cowboy into the winner's circle, making a successful California debut off a 3-month layoff. He's a sorrel gelding by Flying Cowboy 123 from the Jess Louisiana Blue Mare, Cindy's Blue Eyes. Bred in Oklahoma by Abel Flores Jr. and Carlos Lozano. Raced by the breeders, trained by Eddie Willis and ridden by Justine Kleber. So the next horse race, opening the $1 late pick 4, is 31 minutes away at 8:33. In the meantime, we look forward to another series of 3 Wiener races. Ladies and gentlemen, they'll be parading momentarily for trial number 6. Full field of 10, no changes. Here is the post parade for trial 6, led by number 1 Lolo, owned by Laurie Otterson of Harupa Valley. Number 2 is Luaya, owned by Marie Oshima from Los Angeles. Number 3, Ketchup, is owned by Andrea Ramirez from Long Beach. Number 4, Harrison, owned by Denise Meissner of San Diego. Number 5, Odin, owned by Dan and Cindy Comer from Coronado. Number 6 is Rowdy, owned by Kim Estrada and Ivan Cano from Hollywood. 6, Empress Irini, owned by Margot Wheeler and Jerry Austin from Seal Beach. That's number 7, Irini. Number 8 is Bert, owned by Cara Smith of Redondo Beach. 9, Sunny Boy, owned by Dan Clifford from Lake Forest. Sunny Boy getting some last-minute pointers as to the location of the finish line. And number 10 is Harry Styles, owned by Yul Leonova from Los Angeles. It's appropriate that Rowdy, number 6, lives in Hollywood. He's quite the celebrity. He's a 3-state multi-champion, a 3-time winner at Los Alamitos, and the first professional skateboarding dachshund in history. Quite a resume for Rowdy, number 6, residing in Hollywood. Why wouldn't he? Moving in. Trial number 6 coming up for another spot in the big final. Moving in. Racing. It's Harrison and Odin, followed by Empress Irini. Odin is the winner by a clear margin. Sunny Boy and Empress Irini are in a photo for second. But there ain't no second prize. It's all about Odin. Did the job immaculately from post position 5. Ketchup just squirted out of the gate. Back in post position 3. Never a factor. And it was all Odin, who lives in Coronado with Dan and Cindy Comer. Here comes the post parade for the 7th trial. Number 1 is Beanie, owned by Alyssa Lucas from Henderson, Nevada. Number 2, Shakira, owned by Celia Cambray from Eastvale. 3, Bella, owned by Curtis Cannon in Norco. Number 4, Besito, owned by Delilah Garcia. 5, Kylo, owned by Jocelyn Gomez of Seal Beach. Number 6 is Zero, owned by Christina Labraquet from Wiener Park. 7, Bear, owned by Morgan Doty of Anaheim. Number 8 is Nixie, owned by Riley Ellison. 9, Noodle, owned by Kim Isaza. 10, Bagel, owned by Mia Yee of Long Beach. Beanie has plenty to say in advance of entering gate 1. Beanie barking out instructions as they move into line. Racing, Noodle and Beanie and Besito. Beanie and Besito. Beanie! Beanie held out Besito to win trial number 7. We have another winner who has crossed state borders. Beanie, hailing from Henderson, Nevada, wins trial number 7. Congratulations to owner Alyssa Lucas. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for trial number 8. The post parade is led by number 1, Kanai, owned by Riley Ellison of Balboa Bay. Number 2 is Stormin' Norman, owned by Sarissa Mirabal from the Hollydale Dog Park. Number 3 is Oscar Meyer, Oscar for short, owned by Rebecca Means from Anaheim. Number 4 is Cooper, owned by Frank Anaya Stanton. 5, number 5 is Ember. Here comes Ember, owned by Julian Sanchez of Granada Hills. 6, Yeti, owned by Laura Sayao from Diamond Bar. 7, Maggie, owned by Mirka Dominguez from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Might we have another out-of-state invader winning a trial tonight? Number 8 is Avi, who finished second in the final last year. Comes back for more. Owned by Kimberly Rosas from La Habra. 9 is Nora, owned by Amy Aguilar of Inglewood. 10 is Benedict, owned by Dan Lawrence of Hesperia. Last minute squeaky toy incentives taking place in front of the starting gate. They're about to be boxed for trial number 8. Moving in, almost ready. Racing. And out wide, I think that's Avi. Yeah, it's got to be Avi, who was second in the final last year. Has gone like a bullet. That's a rather faded pink. But you can tell by the ears more than the coloured rug. The ears are pinker than the number 8 rug, but it's Avi all right. Has absolutely romped home. Well, that's a statement performance as Avi looks to go one better in the final in 2026 after a runner-up finish in 2025. Congratulations to owner Kimberly Rosas of La Habra, the pink-eared Avi. jockeys have mounted for race number 5. And they are moving on to the track for the first leg of the $1 late pick 4. Number 1 is Val Bambi, owned by Jose Luis Valdez, trained by Ramiro Zuazo, ridden by Jonathan Roman. Number 2, AJ Majesty, races for Rancho El Cabresto. Juan Alaman is the trainer. Martin Arriaga has the riding assignment. Number 3, Bridgewater, is owned by Jose Moreno, trained by Jose Flores and ridden by Ricardo Ramirez. 4, Smiling Through the Tears, trained by Sergio Morfin for David Carley and Carol Cooper. Gabriel Lara is in the irons. 5, Boss Leyend, in the colours of E.G. High Desert Farms. Jesus Nunez is the trainer. Armando Viramontes the rider. Number 6, Dynasty, is owned by Parsons Ranch, trained by Paul Jones, accompanied by Henry Lopez. 7, Executive One, owned by MS Racing Stable, prepared by Elena Andrade, ridden by Ruben Lozano. Number 8, AJ Your Favorite, is owned by Larry and Bobby Rice, trained by Eddie Willis and ridden by Justine Kleber. This is a 220-yard allowance for 2-year-old quarter horses, opening the $1 late pick 4.
It is late pick 4 time here at Los Al. By the way, Avi, that's the fastest trial by far of the night. Going to be very tough when we get to the final. Dave Weaver, Ulysses Gomez, having fun yet?
We're halfway through the card. We still got a couple Wiener dog qualifiers to go before the National. That is after race number 6. But here in the 5th, field of 8 to start the late pick 4. And we have an 8-5 favorite at the moment in Bridgewater. Bridgewater coming off of 2 trials, finishing second to the Kindergarten Futurity in a trial and seventh, in an Ed Brick Memorial trial.
She didn't want to run straight last time out. She broke sharply, just getting out. What can you do to correct that problem here tonight?
I think it's going to help that she's drawn between 2 horses that show some good intentions out of the gate. And that's Smiling Through the Tears on the outside. You see Bridgewater lugged out last time out. She's not going to be able to do that because I think Smiling Through the Tears is going to keep up with her, hold her in her path, so to say. So I think that'll help. I think her post position draw will help, but she is going to have to correct some of those quirks.
And maybe it's only a 220-yard race, so that kind of lessens the chances of you being able to lug out because you get to the finish line much sooner than in a 350-yard race. So if she breaks the way that she has in her last 2 starts, this 220-yard distance is going to suit her very well. But we know what we've seen all night long and all meet long with Justine Kleber breaking these horses so sharply, and she's got the outside with the 8, AJ Your Favorite. And this is another one that broke really good. Last time out, and maybe the 350-yard distance just took its toll, and the quality of the field that she was in against that night was a good one as well. So you get the outside post, shortening up in distance, should get out to a pretty quick start.
I agree with you, and I think Executive one from the outside, who has the lone victory coming at the distance of 220 yards, also helped. You see on the screen, AJ Your Favorite. The horse looks good warming up in post.
And if there was maybe one other horse that fits the same credentials as the 2 favorites in here, it's the 5, Boss Legend, who sharp early, 350, too far, tougher field last time out, draws nicely right in the middle part of the gate, and Armando Viramonte is going to get on for the first time. He's having a solid meet here. Look, it's such a short race, you know. The break is very, very important. Not as short as the 110-yard races that you used to write. Are those done with?
They are not. Those are
Darn
actually.
it. I was going to say,
for
please be
older
done with those 110-yard
They're-
races.
those are
Those are
still
the ones that always knock me out of the placement golf.
Yeah, those are hard to predict the winner, but those are still coming for older horses.
Okay.
Since these are 2-year-olds, the shortest distance they'll run is 220 yards, which is double the 110 yards in thoroughbred terms, an eighth of a mile, while 110 yards is a 16th of a mile. But you go up and down this form. What makes this race difficult to handicap is that all of these horses are pretty professional out of the gate.
Yes.
So it's hard to say one of them is just going to outbreak them and run away with it. I love the warm-up by Henry Lopez on Dynasty. You see warming up without the pony. I think that is key, and you have a horse here coming off of a maiden-breaking score last time, facing winners for the first time here in career star number 3. I think you should see some improvement out of Dynasty as well.
So it is a 1 furlong race, if you want to put it in terms of furlongs, but in yards, 220 yards. As we get closer to the gate here with just 1 minute now until post time. Late pick 4 already up to 75,000. If you hit the early pick 4, you got back $166. You had an even money favorite. You had a 9-5 second choice. You had a 3-2 second choice, and then you just had a 4-1 shot. So the biggest price, $10. It's not a bad payoff at all.
Not a bad payout at all, because you had a pretty chalky start to the card with 3 races there where it was your betting favorite or your second choice, and then you get 4-1. You're getting rewarded with the $166. That pool was into the 6 figures. I think this late pick 4 pool is going to get there as well. $82,000 currently with a couple minutes to post.
And I would have to say that $10 winner is going to separate you a little bit in the pick 6 if you ended up having that one and you're 2 for 2.
I think so. I agree with you. I think it'll pay more than that 4-1 odds. So if you did navigate and you did get that winner in race number 4, Blue Eyes Cowboy, I think you're going to have some separation in the pick 6.
I think a lot of people here certainly zeroing in on 3 and 8. If you can get around those 2 quick breakers and pick up a long shot win here, now you're talking pick 6 wise. Let's take a look at what the pick 3s are paying. In the $1 pick 3, it's $39 to the 3, $41 to the 8. 6 is getting a little bit of play. The 6 is only $74, and it's going to jump up a little bit from there to the triple digits to everybody else. Let's talk about the 6, Dynasty, who is coming off with a maiden score last time out at the 300-yard distance. She was 3-5 actually in her debut at today's distance of 220 yards, and she got fractious in the gate and probably ran her race at that point.
I agree with you. I think she got too worked up prior to the race. It was her debut. I don't think you got the best effort out of Dynasty. And then you see came back and was a little overlooked. 4-1 in that second start and was able to get the victory by a half length. I thought that was a solid victory. Now cutting back to 220 yards for Dynasty. I think this is a logical spot. First time against winners, 220 yards. You should get a bit quicker out of the gate now in career star number 3.
The sun has set here in Southern California, and the lights are shining brightly on the oval, or in this particular case, on the straightaway, because that's all that we're going to be using the rest of the night, both for the quarter horse races and the Wiener Nationals alike. I thought that was a long shot playing here, the 5.
6-1, I agree with you. I mean, the debut was solid. Career star number 2, she had some trouble, but still left the gate in front. And I don't think she wants to go 350 yards. I just think that's not ideal for the 5 Boss Legend. Cutting back to 220, I think, is logical. And I think that's, for a filly that's quick out of the gate, that's where she wants to be.
So the 3-horse Bridgewater, when she broke her maiden at this distance of 220 yards, 12.09. The 5, when she broke her maiden at tonight's distance of 220 yards, 12.10. Talking about a hundredth of a second. And it's a pretty big difference in odds when you have 2 horses that can go that fast.
And it was on the same night, that March 28th night. That was the first weekend of 2-year-old races, and they started their season with victories. And since then, I think you had a couple better efforts for Bridgewater than you saw for Boss Legend. I think that's why Bridgewater is taking more money than Boss Legend. 2-1, while Boss Legend is 6-1.
Now, normally, if this were a 300-yard race or a 350-yard race, they would get to the straightaway and make a right-hand turn and go up the chute. But in this case, they're essentially already right at the gate, because the starting gate is pretty much right at the top of the nighttime stretch here.
Yeah, so they'll just walk straight over. It says 0 minutes to post. They are within 50 yards of the gate. So the loading process will begin, and we are going to get over that 6 figures. It's already over $99,000. So it's going to clear the 6 figures in this late pick 4.
So these are horses that are clearly good enough to compete in some futurity trials. So if you're entering in this race, is it just a little tune-up for something down the road? You'd rather just get a race in them instead of keep them in the barn?
I think if you're entering here, it's because you want to make that money. I mean, this is a first allowance condition, non-winners of 2 races. It's 220 yards. It might be a little short, but you can get a race in them, get them sharper out of the gate. A lot of them look like they can carry the speed. Doesn't hurt to get them sharper here in a competitive event, right, rather than doing it in the morning.
All right, we're well over the $100,000 mark. So Michael Rona.
Yeah, the late pick 4 pool now up to $120,000 with more than half the field in the gate. Bridgewater has moved in, smiling through the tiers. Here comes the grey and only male in the field, Executive One. Drawn 1 from the outside, and the current favourite, AJ Your Favourite, will complete the line. 2-1, number 8, AJ Your Favourite. 5-2 for number 3, Bridgewater. Now 9-5 for number 8, AJ Your Favourite, tightening in. Set. Ready. Movement from Val Bambi in gate 1. Racing. Bosley End, AJ Your Favourite. AJ Majesty. It's AJ Your Favourite, the leader, well clear from AJ Majesty, Executive One. Runaway win for AJ Your Favourite. Over AJ Majesty, Executive One, and Bosley End has finished 4th, but AJ Your Favourite has stormed to a clear-cut win, giving Eddie Willis and Justine Kleber back-to-back victories, the only 2 races, in fact, for quarter horses so far on the card, going the way of Willis and Kleber. Not surprisingly, it's a very fast clocking by AJ Your Favourite. First of all, second goes to number 2, AJ Majesty. Third, 7, Executive One. Fourth, number 5, Boss Lay End. So unofficially 8-2-7-5. And visually, one could easily anticipate a fast time. And AJ, your favourite, has broken 12 seconds. It's 11.97. 11.97 for this very impressive winner, AJ, your favourite, by Apolitical Jess, as is the runner-up, as the initials in the names would suggest. AJ, your favourite, beating AJ Majesty. They're both sired by Apolitical Jess. The winner is out of the favourite Cartel Dam Favourite Wise Lady, bred in California by Rancho El Cabresto, owned by Larry and Bobby Rice. A double for Eddie Willis and Justine Kleber. The result is official. Placings officially 8-2-7-5. The sixth race comes up at 9:06, opening the final $1 pick 3 on the program. No program changes to report in race number 6. Post time in 23 minutes at 9:06. We'll have the final 2 trials for the Wiener Nationals prior to the next horse race. 2 more trials to come. And then after the 6th horse race, the Wiener Nationals final, the championship race. There is a scratch from this upcoming trial, number 4, Peggy. Peggy number 4 is a late scratch from trial number 9. They'll be parading shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the field for trial number 9. Number 1 is Okja, not sure, owned by Amber Garcia of Tustin. Number 2, Ignacio, owned by Amy Sullivan of Murrieta. 3, Chance the Yapper, owned by Arlene Duran from Huntington Beach. Number 4, Peggy, is a late scratch. Number 5 is Joyful Juliet, owned by Dominique Gonzalez from Highland Park. Number 6, Stormy Weather, owned by Gary Gustafsson of Covina. 7, Aries, owned by Amber Ontiveros. Number 8, Bella Rose, is owned by Leo, Mila and Christina Rodriguez from Santa Monica. 9 is Boo Boo Bear, owned by Oscar Loreto Jr. from Downey. Boo Boo Bear was last year's Diaper Dash champion. And number 10 is Han Solo, owned by R.J. Waters. My inquiries as to the pronunciation of the number 1 dog went unanswered. OKJA, short name, but not sure what to do with it. But this dog has multiple first-place trophies, including back-to-back wins at Old World Village, which is a German establishment. Therefore, I'll go Okja, because Ja is German for yes. That's my logic, flimsy as it may be. Okja will do. Jawohl. So, they're about to move into the gate, or the boxes, whatever you fancy. And this is the second last trial. We've got trials 9 and 10 in this window, with the championship race still to come. Going to be a pretty quick turnaround for the winners of these last 2 trials. Moving in, almost ready. Racing, Boo Boo Bear, all running to the outside rail. Bella Rose, maybe Bella Rose in a blanket swarming finish. It was a mess of a race, but I believe Bella Rose, number 8, winning for the second trial in a row after the 9 Boo Boo Bear broke on top, but then veered very wide, taking Han Solo completely out of play. Boo Boo Bear recovered tremendously well, but has thrown away the victory. And it's Bella Rose, number 8, who qualified to last year's championship race, finishing 5th, and gets another crack at it tonight after a performance of enough professionalism to prevail narrowly. Congratulations to owner Leo Rodriguez. Leo, Mila and Christina Rodriguez sharing ownership of Bella Rose, who resides in Santa Monica. And here they come for the 10th trial. Trial number 10. Number 1 is Zipper, owned by Shields Racing of Cyprus. Number 2. Do we have a number 2? Not sure where Pumpkin is. Pumpkin's owned by Angelina Sigala of Whittier. There's Pumpkin. Number 3, Mallory, owned by C&D Fogelsong of Westminster, Chris and Diane Fogelsong. Number 4 is Ellie. Now Ellie is a sister to Delilah, who won earlier. They're both from Boise, Idaho, owned by Danielle Presson. 5 is Franklin for Emily Rodas of Riverside. 6, Bonnie, owned by Guillory Alfaro of Farmersville. 7, Rocky Road, owned by Cara Sorensen of Stanton. Number 8, Milo, owned by Leslie Sanchez of Cudahy. 9 is Crosby Kershaw, owned by Monique Gutierrez. And 10 is Cooper, owned by Rudy Aguilar and Tracy Bloxhill from Norco. This is the last chance to qualify for the championship race. Best of luck to each of these 10 Dachshunds, Doxies, Wieners, Sausage Dogs. They're about to move into line. Racing. And a fast start for, is that Bonnie in front? Oh, it's Cooper. I'm not sure. Blanket finish there. I'm going to have to leave that one to the judges. Cooper away very fast with Bonnie. But they have finished so far apart, it looks like Bonnie and Ellie are the two at opposite ends of the finish line. Where is Professor G? Waiting for the number to be signalled. Well, the matter is complicated by the judge, Professor G, partially obscuring the dog on the outside rail. But it looked like it might have been Bonnie. So the connections of Bonnie are looking like they're ready to pose for a picture. I had no clue. I couldn't keep track of those. They were veering from one side of the track to the other. So they've given it to Bonnie, number 6, for Guillory Alfaro of Farmersville. Bonnie will be the last qualifier into the final, the championship race, to follow the 6th horse race. The field is parading for the 6th horse race. 6th race of the equine variety on the program tonight. Number 1, Cyber Dreams, owned and trained by Jorge Farias and ridden by Henry Lopez. 2 is Walk Around Money, owned by Schultz et al., trained by Eddie Willis, ridden by Justine Kleber. 3, Alexa Girl 47, owned jointly by trainer Paul Jones and Stephen McIntyre. Martine Arriaga is astride. Jones also trains number 4, Shining Bright, who represents Bradbury Racing. Irving Lara is the rider. 5, Sweet Aguila Mir, owned by Juan Rodarte, trained by Rodolfo Viramontes, ridden by Armando Viramontes. 6, Jess for Lindsay, owned by Jerry Kate, Brennan Lejeune, and Kirk Goodfellow, trained by Jose Flores and ridden by Gabriel Lara. This race opens the final $1 pick 3 on the program. It's a 300-yard quarter horse maiden for 2-year-old fillies.
Well, it was another win for Justine Kleber. Let's see if she can do it again here in race number 6. Late pick 3 time, and she's got the favor. Talking about Walking Around Money, who just missed by a nose last time. That was a really good race.
Sure was. Justine Kleber and Eddie Willis looking for 3 in a row. They took races 4 and 5, trying to win race number 6. 3-2 odds on them at the moment, and we have a 2-1 second choice in Sweet Aguila Mir. That was a solid 3rd place finish on debut, trying to break the maiden in career star number 2.
Yeah, I went back and watched both of those races, and they were fighting. They were finishing very strong through the wire, and that's something that I'm always looking for. Horses that are accelerating at the finish line, not horses that are kind of dropping out of it. And these horses were not dropping out of it at all.
No, especially at such a young age, right? You want to see that they engage, that they get in. You want to see the tenacity. You want to see how gritty they are, especially when they're so young and inexperienced. And that's what we saw with both of these runners. Like you said, Walk Around Money, unfortunate to still be a maiden after that last effort, missing by a nose. And the 3rd place finish, missing by a neck for Sweet Aguila Mir. That's a solid debut. You should be able to step forward off of that effort.
Right, whereas the 2 has already raced 4 times. How much more does she have to give? We kind of know what she can do. 15.72 last time out. The 5 didn't go quite as fast in her race, but there should be some improvement here and see a little bit more of a speedier time in career start number 2. The 1, Cyber Dreams, is getting a little bit of play off the claim for Jorge Farias, who's very good over the years with the claiming horses, especially. Seems like he has a knack for claiming the maidens as well.
I agree, but the one knock on Cyber Dreams, 3 starts, has had the benefit of the outside draw in all 3 of them and just can't get over the hump. And you don't like to see a horse that was a neck off of the leaders as the betting favorite and backs up to lose by a half length. So Cyber Dreams, I think, is going to have to take a step forward against this field. That was a softer spot. It was maiden claimers last time. Faced a straight maiden today and has to deal with the rail draw.
Yeah, and drawn right next to the betting favorite as well, just to the inside of the 2, Walk Around Money. So speaking of the outside post, which the 1 had in all 3 starts, the 6, Jess for Lindsay. All right, when there's no spaces in there, no, it's going to throw me out. Just for Lindsay, gets the benefit of the outside draw here. Should be able to get out pretty cleanly, and it's going to be having a target right next to him, maybe a little bit in front of her, actually, in the 5 horse, Sweet Aguila Mir. So I think the 5 and the 6 maybe go together, the 1 and the 2 go together. And what do we do with the 3 and the 4? The 3, Alexa Girl 47, pretty good race first time out, right in it from the get-go, and then last time out, never really got on track.
Yeah, it was just a little late to get rolling, just didn't leave the gate in good order. So don't overlook Alexa Girl. She had a legit excuse last time out. I think that effort on debut was solid. That was going 220 yards. Got to stride out to 300 last time, just couldn't get out of the gate. Take a look at Alexa Girl in post, see how she warms up. Martina Arriaga for Paul Jones. Martina Arriaga should give this filly a good warm-up, making sure that she gets out of the gate in good order. And if she does, she will have a say late.
You know, we saw last week in those trials for the Governor's Cup Futurity, some of those Los Alamitos equine sale graduates had gone for some pretty big numbers. The 5, who you're seeing, went through the sale ring, $5,000.
That's it. You could have bought her for $5,000 at the Los Alamitos equine sale. She was 41-1 when she finished third in that debut. That was a solid effort. You're not going to get that again. She is now 9-5 co-favorite at the moment off of that 41-1 debut.
Yeah, she was the third head on the wire in that blanket finish in her career debut. Well drawn here in between two horses that really haven't gotten out of the gate very quickly. I think that's a pretty big handicapping angle of mine in a quarter horse race. If you're drawn in between two slow breakers, that's huge, because you're not going to have to worry about those horses out breaking you and maybe cutting you off, because you're going to be faster than them.
You should have clear sailing if you get out of the gate, because you're going to be quicker than them right out of the block. So that's going to help out as we take a look. That is your betting favorite right now. And Armando Viramontes is going to take over. He had another mount that for Lindolfo Diaz that night, so he couldn't ride Sweet Aguila Mir, but he does know Sweet Aguila Mir, as it's a family affair, being trained by Rodolfo Viramontes. He's been on her in the morning. He knows her. Now he'll get back aboard, and she's currently 9-5 as they're going to start their walk back to that 300-yard starting gate.
After this 6th race, we will have the late daily double with the 2 remaining quarter horse races, and after this 6th race, we will have the Wiener National 29th Annual Wiener Schnitzel Wiener Nationals Championship Dash. The field of 10 Wiener dogs has now been assembled with all those previous trials that we had throughout the night, and they're going to throw it down for the $1,000 cash prize.
Sure is going to be exciting. Field of 10. I got a feeling you're leaning toward post position 8, because that is Avi.
Yeah.
Avi looked quick. She's going to be in post position 8, but they are all set for the championship right after this quarter horse event.
All right, let's see if Justine can get yet another win here. So we've had 3 thoroughbred races to start, and then 2 quarter horse races. She beat the gate with Blue Eyes Cowboy in race number 4, and she did the same with AJ Your Favorite in race number 5, and just got out to a huge lead there. What do you think her chances are of getting out to another big lead here with walk around money? Because this horse hasn't necessarily been all that speedy right out of the gate, but she finished up nicely last time out.
She sure did, and last time out was actually her best break out of the gate. So that was career star number 4. She is very experienced, one of the most experienced the most experienced runner in the race. So you should see that professionalism come out, and I expect her to leave just as well today. And if she does, it'll be a hat trick for Justine Claver and Eddie Willis.
There is a look at the horses as they arrive at the gate. The lone gray in the field will be coming from the outside. That is just for Lindsay. And, you know, she went into futurity trial last time out. So did the 4. Everybody else has been losing against maiden. So maybe some extra consideration to the 4 and the 6 for trying the futurity trial last time.
Yeah, they'll get a little bit of class relief here in this maiden event. And the 4, Shining Bright, had a legit excuse in her trial. She broke a step slow, lost her path right away, had nowhere to run. So give that horse a pass in Shining Bright. And then just for Lindsay, going to get the benefit of the outside draw today.
All right, let's go back up to Michael Rona. Post time for race number 6.
Shining Bright joined in the gate by Sweet Aguila Mir, Cyber Dreams. Cyber Dreams about to enter gate 1. Jorge Farias adding blinkers off the claim. Henry Lopez has dismounted behind the gate. Cyber Dreams comes forward. Walk Around Money the next, followed by Alexa Girl 47. And the last in will be Jess for Lindsay. Ready. Racing. Sweet Aguilamere means business out of gate 5. Walk around, money's matching strides. The pair battling for favouritism, are battling for the honours. Sweet Aguilamere has the advantage, pulling away from Walk Around Money and wins well. Sweet Aguilamere comfortably defeating Walk Around Money. Then Alexa Girl 47 and Just for Lindsay. No 41 to 1 on this occasion, as was the case when a debut third beaten a neck. Sweet Aguilamere going off the 3 to 2 fractional favourite has pulled right away with a final 220-yard split of 9.90. It's 5-2 and a photo. The time is 15.77. 15.77 seconds. Third, 6, Just for Lindsay. Fourth, 3, Alexa Girl 47. 5-2-6-3. Sweet Aguilamere is by Amir Felix from the One Sweet Jess Dam Sweet Aguila. This sorrel filly was bred in California by E.G. High Desert Farms. The winner is raced by Juan Rodarte, trained by Rodolfo Viramontes, ridden by Armando Viramontes. The result is official. The 7th race, opening the $1 late double, comes up at 9:32. Scratch number 4, Celtic Cowboy, from the first half of the $1 late double. 20 minutes to post for race 7. Prior to that, we will see the championship Wiener race. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see the post parade for the championship race. Reminding you that all proceeds from this event benefit the Seal Beach Animal Care Centre. Event t-shirts are available for purchase. We thank Wiener Schnitzel for their sponsorship. Here they come, number 1, Delilah, owned by Danielle Presson of Boise, Idaho. Number 2, Duchess, owned by Rachel Olivas of Long Beach. 3, Roxy, owned by James Winnick from Oakdale. 4, Vienna, Dahlia Ordaz, Eastvale. 5, Paisley, Danielle Ramos, Moreno Valley. 6, Odin, owned by Dan and Cindy Comer of Coronado. Number 7 is Beanie, or Bean, owned by Alyssa Lucas of Henderson, Nevada. Number 8, Avi, Kimberly Rosas, La Habra. 9, Bella Rose, owned by Leo, Mila and Christina Rodriguez from Santa Monica. And number 10 is Bonnie, owned by Guillory Alfaro from Farmersville. How coincidental that Avi again has box 8, the number 8 rug, the pink coloured rug, to match the colours of Avi's ears. Avi, runner-up in the championship race last year, and was probably the most dynamic trial winner tonight. They're getting set. They're about to move into the starting boxes. The grand finale, the championship race of the 2026 Wiener Nationals. And a hush comes over the crowd. The run for glory. Racing, Bonnie and Avi. It's Bonnie going to the lead. Paisley finishing with a flourish. Bonnie holds on. Avi began fast from post position 8, but was floundering soon afterwards. Bonnie with the rug coming loose. Possibly impeded in the closing stages as Paisley was trying valiantly. But Bonnie, the last Wiener to qualify, the winner of the final trial on the quickest turnaround, has won the championship race. Congratulations to owner Guillory Alfaro from Farmersville. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a cash prize that goes to the winning owner, but Bonnie's going to have her eyes on that. The dog trophy. That's what she was all about. She's won the Wiener Schnitzel Doghouse. The official presentation will be made following the upcoming quarter horse race. So they move on to the track for race 7. A 300-yard 2-year-old maiden. Number 1, Instigate, is owned by the Edward Meltzer Revocable Trust. Trained by Eddie Willis and ridden by Justine Kleber. Number 2, Brutal Cowboy, owned by Dutch Masters 3. Trained by Jaime Gomez with Gabriel Lara to do the steering. Number 3, Val Camel, owned by Jose Luis Valdez, trained by Ramiro Zuazo. Jonathan Roman is astride. Number 4, Celtic Cowboy, has been scratched. 5 is LA Raven for E.G. High Desert Farms. Jesus Nunez trains. Martin Arriaga rides. 6, Mr. Shelby, representing Clanfield Act Stables. Felix Gonzalez is the conditioner. Damian Cruz has the riding assignment. 7, the King Eagle, is owned by Porfirio Carrasco, trained by Sergio Morfin, accompanied by Ricardo Ramirez. This is the first half of the $1 late double. You have 9 minutes in which to invest.
You know what time it is? It's late daily double time. By the way, Jose will be back with you next week as he wraps up his vacation. And congrats to Bonnie, the Wiener Schnitzel Wiener National Champion this year, with a strong break and a strong performance. And Bonnie had the recency. Won trial number 10, didn't have to wait too long, went right back in the gate and won the championship.
Sure did. Won trial number 10 and got loaded right back up in the next event. Had about a 20-minute rest. Came back and wins the 2026 Wiener Nationals. The 29th annual Wiener Nationals go to Bonnie, who gets a nice check and a nice new doghouse.
Yes. And it was
Sponsored by Wiener Schnitzel.
fun night. It's not quite as crowded as it was a few minutes ago, but the diehards are going to stick it out for this late daily double. Dave Weaver, Elises Gomez taking you through the late double, and we're 3 minutes away from race number 7. Right here on the front of my night lines, it says, Doodah Cartel looks unstoppable. That's for Terry Thompson's Thompson Racing, Paul Jones, Alexis Andrade. Terry, if you're watching, what's up? Doodah's on quite the roll right now, so we'll see them on the 26th California Breeders' Champions Night. But if you're looking to play this late daily double right now, can you help us out?
8-5 favorite. That was a big scratch. Celtic Cowboy, the 4, your 9-5 morning line favorite is out. So LA Raven is taking a lot of play. Your current 8-5 favorite. Third place finish last out. Gets a new rider. Martin Arriaga takes over in the irons for Jesus Nunez. But look it down to the inside. Instigate. Justine Kleber, Eddie Willis have won 2 races on the card. They're trying to get a third, and they're the 2-1 second choice, also with the third place finish. But that was at Remington Park. This is the first start here at Los Alamitos for Instigate.
Guess what? They pulled off that same move earlier in race number 4 with the winner, Blue Eyes Cowboy, whose only race had come at Remington Park. So that doesn't seem to be any sort of an issue for me. That's the horse to beat, in my opinion, is the 1-horse Instigate. I think the horse that's not getting any love right now from the bettors is the 2-horse Brutal Cowboy. I mean, what's wrong with that most recent second place effort? In an Edberg trial.
Nothing at all. And MP just rocking, qualified to the finale with that clocking of 1781 and looked impressive. Brutal Cowboy finished second with trouble. Was bumped at the start, still trying to go to the other end. Ended up losing by a length and 3/4. But that was a solid effort at a big price. 58-1 was Brutal Cowboy in that trial. Now gets a little bit of class relief here, trying straight maidens, but still not getting the respect. 6-1 from the 4-1 morning line.
You're going to make a nice long bend back behind the gate before they come back and load up here. And obviously a very crucial scratch in this race earlier today in the 4-horse Celtic Cowboy, and that has completely changed the wagering in this race, because you had a horse that would be pretty significant favorite, not taking any money because he's not in the race.
Right. I think the 9-5 morning line on Celtic Cowboy would have gone south by post time, but with that horse out, LA Raven taking a lot of the play, but is in contention for favoritism with the 1 Instigate. I think they're leaning toward LA Raven because of the post draw. Instigate has to deal with the rail today.
That usually has something to do with it. There was a horse that drew the rail earlier that ran a big race, but just came up a little bit short in the 1 Isaac Candyman when Blue Eyes Cowboy beat him to the punch early. We'll see who gets out of the gate quick here in race number 7 with the load and the call. Let's go back up to Michael Rona.
Thanks very much, Dave. Just regathering my composure after the excitement of the championship Wiener race. Wonderful performance by Bonnie on that very quick turnaround, and a gallant performance by Paisley to finish second. Paisley having won the championship race 4 years ago. Last couple loading, Brutal Cowboy and the King Eagle. It's 8-5 for number 5, LA Raven. 2-1 number 1, Instigate. Now 9-5 for each of them. They're both 9-5. The odds have evened up as the King Eagle causes a delay behind gate 7. Now moves in, ready to go. Set. Racing. Instigate hesitated and is getting forced inwards. Val Camel Instigate's recovering quickly. Between this pair is Brutal Cowboy, the King Eagle, Mr. Shelby, LA Raven. Have a look at this. You could throw a handkerchief over the 6 of them. Look, I'll stick my neck out somewhat and say it's either Brutal Cowboy or the King Eagle. The 2 or the 7, I think, maybe one of those 2, but whoever's run 6th has been beaten a head or a neck. And the judges will have plenty of work to do in the coming minutes. The time is 15.90, 15.90 seconds. Closing split, 9.95. 7 first. Number 7, the King Eagle, has beaten 2, Brutal Cowboy. Third, 1, Instigate. Fourth was 5, LA Raven. Unofficial result, 7-2-1-5. The result is official. Placings officially 7-2-1-5. The King Eagle by an eyelash. A chestnut colt by one famous eagle from the Trace Dam Wild Knights, which would be a pretty good summation of this evening's action. Ricardo Ramirez on the winner for trainer Sergio Morfin. The King Eagle, bred in California and raced by Porfirio Carrasco. Carrasco and Morfin have a chance to sweep the late double with number 8 Energy 6 coming up in the finale. And post time is 9:55. 9:55 for the 8th race. which is clear of changes. In a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, the big presentation will take place in the winner's circle following the Wiener Nationals Championship race.
And okay, here we are in the winner's circle with the finalists of the 2026 Wiener Schnitzel Wiener Nationals, 29th running. And how about our finalists right here? What a tremendous set of weenie dogs, a bunch of exciting races. And in the end, it was Bonnie with Fidel and Guillory Alferez from Farmsville that end up taking the title of fastest wiener in the West. He's got his hands full because he's got a bunch of trophies right there on his hands. And of course, the golden jacket for Bonnie. Only 16 months, just barely started racing here. And what a tremendous race, ran so fast, he flew out of his jacket there at the very end. What makes him so fast, Fidel?
I don't know, ever since she was a little baby, she just, see her straight away and she'll go after it. And she don't have a toy or nothing, she just sees me and she just wants to go. So she just has it in her.
And you told me that you started out training her older brother, and it was her that started shining, right? Tell me about that.
So we have another dog, we left him at home because he's a little mean. His name's Buster, and he raced in SoCal. And we were training him, and she was just a baby, like 5-6 months, and she was gapping him, so we had to focus on her instead of Buster.
And you ended up beating a former champion, Paisley, finishing second there, and just a tremendous group of doxies here to compete and to complete the lineup here for the 29th running of the Wiener Schnitzel Wiener National. And best of all, we raised a lot of money for a great organization, the Seal Beach Animal Care Center, just a local shelter here. Visit them here. They're just down Los Al Boulevard. They do a tremendous job in helping lost and abandoned dogs in our community. Once again, Bonnie is the 29th Wiener Schnitzel Wiener Nationals champion. Congratulations.
In the final race, number 1, Quick She Is, owned by Ed Allred, trained by Scott Willoughby, ridden by Gabriel Lara. Number 2, Powerful Wise Lady, races for Parsons Ranch. Paul Jones trains, Henry Lopez rides. 3, Leaving the Cartel for Larry and Bobby Rice, trained by Eddie Willis, ridden by Justine Kleber. Number 4, Carver Stake, trained by Mike Castleman for Steve Burns, Ruben Lozano the rider. 5 is Check an Eagle, trained by Lindolfo Diaz for J. Francisco Diaz. Armando Viramontes is astride. 6, She's Diggin' It, owned and trained by Mike Castleman, Martin Arriaga on board. 7, I'm Beyond the Stars is owned by Ivan Roberta Ozuna, trained by Jorge Farias and ridden by Ricardo Ramirez. Number 8, Energy 6 is owned by Porfirio Carrasco, trained by Sergio Morfin, with Irving Lara to do the steering. 350 yards in this filly and mare allowance to wrap up the Saturday program. 8 more races set down for decision tomorrow. First post for Sunday is 5:15.
One more race to go here on this beautiful Saturday night. We'll come back and do it again tomorrow, as Michael Rona mentioned, 5:15 on the Sunday program. And Ulysses, congratulations to those that made it this far in the pick 6. If you're 5 for 5, every horse now is covered. There will not be a big carryover. There could be, well, we will have that seated $10,000 carryover for tomorrow, but they're paying anywhere between $4,300 to the 7. That's the lowest, and the 6 would be the entire pool, $82,000.
Yeah, if we can get She's Digging It home, somebody's going to get rewarded with the entire pool. 16-1 on She's Digging It, but like you said, 3-5 on Beyond the Stars. That is the lowest payout, over $4,300. That's also the lowest payout in the late pick 4. That's going to come back $140 to the 7 at 3-5. Is it as easy as I'm Beyond the Stars dropping in class here to this allowance event from the Abigail Cole Stakes?
I don't think so. Obviously, she comes out of a very good race. She was 5th in that race, but I thought the 5 Check an Eagle was the horse to beat. Sharp, fast, consistent. Look at the first column in the past performances. That's the post position. The one right after that is how they get out of the gate. First, third, first. 9 out of the last 10 races, she breaks on top. It's hard to beat a horse that is going to be that speedy out of the gate. Now, can she carry her speed 350 yards? She's been better at 300, but if she has a big enough lead, I think she can take them all the way. She's 6-1.
I agree with you. When you're able to leave the gate in front in 9 of your 10 career starts, you're going to be able to win some races. And 7 of those 10 efforts has been in the trifecta. So she does carry that speed. 350 yards may not be her ideal distance, but it's good to see that going 300 last time out, she broke in front and was opening up on them. Finished winning the race by a half length in the end. But I'm Beyond the Stars was able to split the field in a grade 2 Abigail Kawana Nicole Stakes last out. Prior to that was a solid second place finish in an allowance event. Comes into this in good form. That's why she's your 4-5 favorite.
So I'm going to go 5, 7, 6. That long shot, the 6, She's Digging It. That would be the one that did pay out the pool in the pick 6. Is coming off of a win. Yeah, that was only against claiming horses, but the first start in a little while. Her races are typically spaced out, and once again, she's going to come back with almost a full 2 months off, but she's won 2 out of her last 3 starts. I think sometimes when horses step up in class, they get overlooked because people think they're not good enough to go from claiming company to beat allowance company. But oftentimes, they're so sharp that they don't know the difference.
Right. I mean, that victory was solid. Stopped the clock at 15:78. And Mike Castleman has 2 in the race. He also trains a 4. Carver Stake, who was 12-1 morning line compared to the 15-1 morning line of She's digging it. But you look at the live odds, She's Digging It is taking more money. 13-1 on the board and gets drawn between what looked to be the 2 fastest horses out of the gate, I'm Beyond the Stars and Check an Eagle. That can only help. These are pack animals. These are horses that like to be in the herd. Maybe She's Digging It can keep up with that pace and get a placing.
Speaking of a pack and the herd, how about race number 7? Every single horse in the field, all 6 of them, lined up across the track. The winner wins by a nose. Second beat third by a nose. Third beat fourth by a nose. Fourth probably beat fifth by a head. And fifth beat sixth by maybe a head. Half length separating the entire field. That was a heck of a race. Maybe
Sure
the best
was.
race of the year.
Sure was a fun race to watch, a blanket finish. And watching it live, we were going in every direction. It could have been Instigate the 1, Brutal Cowboy the 2, but in the end it was the King Eagle getting it done for Sergio Morfin and Ricardo Ramirez from the outside. And you heard Michael Rona saying Sergio Morfin and Porfirio Carrasco can sweep that late double. They have the outside runner here in Energy 6 as well. Double the morning line of 6-1, 12-1 on the board. Irving Lara going to get the assignment as Ricardo Ramirez opts to ride I'm Beyond the Stars, your 4-5 favorite.
Who he had never been on before. So to take off a horse that you won on to ride a horse that you hadn't been on is a tough decision to make. We haven't talked about the inside runners yet. The one Quick She Is hasn't really been that quick out of the gate. That would be my problem with her from that inside post. And the 2 Powerful Wise Lady, 3-1 in the morning line. She's all the way up at 7-1 right now.
And I think it's because of her draw. Powerful Wise Lady drawn in post number 2. Not ideal. She's going to have to get it out of the gate in good order. She didn't last out. I'll give her an excuse for that. But prior to that, she was able to get the victory in an allowance event. But that was back in November. She hasn't been seen since November 30th of last year, coming into this off of a layoff. This isn't the easiest spot to come back off of layoff because you have 3 or 4 here runners that are in good order and good form. I would lean toward the 1, Quick She Is, over the 2. The last time Quick She Is got drawn on the rail, back on April 4th, just missed the victory by a neck. That was a solid effort. I don't mind the rail draw once again for Quick She Is.
Last Sunday, Mike Arona called 21 races. Tonight, I think he called 21 as well, including the Wiener Dog races. But those are only 50-yard races, so he is perfectly fine tonight. Mikey, you did a great job. Let's hear you one more time.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Dave. The only thing with the Wiener Nationals night is that all of the races are compressed into a much tighter time frame. So vocally, tonight is more demanding than a typical afternoon night double duty. My voice is feeling pretty hacked. I'm looking forward to some tonsils lubrication imminently. Last couple loading. 4-5, number 7, I'm Beyond the Stars. Ready. Racing. I'm Beyond the Stars, away okay, Quick She Is drifting inwards, leaving the cartel, Carver Stake, Powerful Wise Ladies finishing well, and Energy 6 the widest. Quick She Is along the inside, has gone into a narrow lead, pursued by Powerful Wise Lady and Energy 6. Quick She Is the leader, despite drifting in early, is too good. It's a very smart performance by Quick She Is to beat either Powerful Wise Lady, who was great off the layoff, or Energy 6. One first, Quick She Is. Erratic early, but recovering. And once she got balanced up, coming past the gap, she was all business. Wins the finale at 7-1. With a nice closing split of 9.63 seconds. It's a photo for second. The time 17.78. 17.78. Closing split 9.63. Number 2 a second, Powerful Wise Lady. Third, 8, Energy 6. And fourth, 7, I'm Beyond the Stars.
Well, an upset winner to close out the night here at Los Alamitos. What do you say the pick six was to that one?
Over
$16,000?
$16,000 is what the pick six was coming back to the one. Quick she is. Last time she was drawn to rail, had a big effort. Another big effort tonight to close out the card.
1, 2, 8, 7, 7 to 1 over 8 to 1, 8 to 1, and the 6-5 favorite just didn't really run her race tonight. That'll do it for Ulysses and myself here tonight. But remember to join us tomorrow. 8 more races. We'll have that $10,000 seeded pick six carry for you that'll be starting in race number 3. And remember that the first post will be at 5:15 Pacific time. We'll see you then. We'll let Mike Arona bring our winner into the winner's circle. See you tomorrow.
The result is official. Placings officially 1, 2, 8, 7. Quick she is. Winning race 8. Verona breeder Edel Red. Scott Willoughby trains this 4-year-old sorrel mare. She's by Kitty Up from the unusual heat dam, Miss Lou Jean. Thoroughbred dam of Quick she is. Gabriel Lara, the winning rider. The $1 late pick 4 pays $535.30. The $2 pick 6, $16,440.40. 5 of 6 good for $169.80. The $1 place pick all on 8 of 8, $213 and change. $213.50 to be precise. With no pick 6 carryover, tomorrow our Sunday promotion kicks in, whereby Los Alamitos will seed the pool $10,000. 10 grand jumping straight into the pick 6 pool tomorrow night, courtesy of Los Al. It's an 8-race program set down for decision, and we hope to have your company for a first post of 5:15. In the meantime, we wish you safe travels. Hooroo!